All right, gamers, are you time to get your thinking caps on? Do you have your thinking caps on, chat? Because it's time to get them on. We're getting started soon. Are you time to get your thinking caps off? Some people, you could take your thinking caps off. It's okay. And I'm gone. You're assuming you have the thinking cap? True. True. So once again, you guys are going to be playing. And we've got a new evidence system. All thanks to wonderful Steve-ish in the chat right now. So Steve-ish, once again, thank you so much for your work putting this thing together. Type exclamation point evidence to see the link. And make sure it works for everybody. Let me know if it doesn't work. But it should take you to a website. Add !platform equals mobile if you're on mobile device to the end of the link. And you'll be able to see the badge. You'll be able to click on it and you'll be able to see the description. And we'll add more evidence to this list and you'll be able to click it and see the evidence description. So you'll have all the facts available to you. That means no excuses this time, chat. You have the power. You have the technology. And I believe in you. Okay, chat? I believe in you. Are we ready to go, chat? What do you think? You guys ready to get into it? Become the lawyers you were destined and dreamed to be? I think you are. It's easy to not play by saying no excuses. Oh, come on, man. It ain't that deep. It ain't that deep. You'll be smart, I promise. And if you get it wrong, who cares? Try again and do better. We can't succeed if we don't fail. I hope that's encouraging, because that's what I'm trying to be. I believe in you all. I know you can do it. Howdy, howdy, Phoenix. We can't succeed if we don't fail? Well, you have to stumble a bit in order to learn how to succeed. That's true with anything in life. You're never going to succeed on your first try in a lot of things. So, get to it. Get out there. Fail faster, learn harder. Or something like that. Well, to be fair, Wario, I think being afraid of failure isn't a bad thing. I mean, being afraid of failure is a bad thing. You need to learn that it's okay to fail. If you can't learn how to succeed if you can't be willing to fail. That's my opinion anyway. All right, let's get into it. New game. Turnabout Trigger. Let's do it. Your headphones might be being weird, but let me double check to see if I have 2 audio tracks playing. I don't. Let's go. Turnabout Trigger. It's played. Here he comes! The presidential plane descends from the western skies. It's making its final approach and lands right on Gourd Lake. Thank you for the gift sub. Just listen to that crowd. Welcome, Zhang Fa. Welcome, Mr. President. And now, sir, your audience awaits. This is a very topical case, by the way. I'm just saying. Honored friends and allies, I'm here today to deliver a message. The dogged of my beloved nation are no more, thanks to the prosecutor's office of your great country. We have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget, the battle against evil rages on. Here today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. Ah! Call the prosecutor's office! Get Miles Edgeworth here right away! If anyone can solve this, he can! That's right, chat. The first case is presidential assassination. March 25th, 2:46 p.m. Gourd Lake. Spectator area. The news must be halfway around the world already. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. Topical case, I know. To be fair, it was just an attempt. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Mr. Edgeworth! Thank goodness you're here, sir! This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How's the president, detective? We still don't know, Miles Edgeworth. The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. I see. I hope he's all right. Then I suppose you better show me the scene of the crime instead. Edgy poo. This is common to the Secret Service in our world. Right away, sir. Hey, I said hey. Yeah, you Ruffles. One sec. Okay, we just have the badge. Who's that? You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't ya? Want to give me your first impressions? End of his strike, Calazad? No comment. Detective Gumshoe, with me. Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that. Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me. Now, Detective, I'll need the facts of this case in as much detail as you can give me. So because the internet no longer cares. Wilderness paparazzi. Well, the scene was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Zhangfa. D. Jung Wang. Yes, I read about his visit. It's been all over the news for days now. Newspaper clipping has been added to your evidence. Refresh your evidence list to see it appear. It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily, it let up and he was on stage as planned. And then, smack dab in the middle of his speech, bang! A gun goes off and everybody runs for cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently. Apparently? Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. This is the evidence website, Fire Ninja. You were summoned on short notice as well. Sure was, right in the middle of my day off. I was at the office, taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare for my next case. And then the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? The boss? Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Get me Edgeworth right away! He's the only man for the job!" Something like that. I see. Oh, they cordoned the perimeter. What is that? What is that word? Cordoned? Cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened. You'll be happy to know. So our would-be assassin is still here somewhere. Good. Now all you gotta do is find him in the middle of that crowd before they strike again. You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics. And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Precisely. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. Alright, duly noted. Detective Gumshoe! How exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized? Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on security the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. See those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions. If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press space. I have to walk over and press space? That's too many steps. There's too many steps, chat. I can't do it. Sir, the president's bodyguards are over there. Ah, so they are. I should walk up to the bodyguards and press space to talk to them. Can I help you? You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how his security detail was arranged during the speech? 2 of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd, and we would have spotted it right away. I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Let's investigate further. We should speak with other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned. So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. You care to show a little bit of about what happens, the information once you got a hold of it? Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. Hey, Ruffles, I asked you a question, dang it! What happens next? Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections, right, sir? Detective. Ah, don't be so hard on the poor guy. So connections, you say, and what next? Well, I guess you say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master. I can view what information I have with Q, and then connect them with T. I should try it now. Just a quick press of Q, and we'll be off down the path of logic. President was shot at. Security was tight for the president Wang's speech, but he was still shot at somehow. The president's security detail was on the watch throughout for anything suspect. Yes, Oreo, don't worry. This game goes very much in order. This game very much goes in order. Anyway, yeah, I didn't ask you guys for that one because it's obviously the tutorial and there's only one choice there. Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack, completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh? Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues that make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Begin investigation. Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious. To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press space. And if I wish to speak with the detective, I should use T. It's time for investigating, chat. There's a bright red balloon bobbing on the surface of the lake. It reminds me of sending balloon letters back when I was a kid. Hi, Zoldo. You write a letter C, then you tie it to a balloon and send it floating off to see if somebody writes back. Zoldo, to get you caught up, the president of Zhangfa landed and was almost assassinated. We're investigating to see who assassinated them. That's the case so far. Well, he's not assassinated. It was an attempt, but we're trying to find out who made the attempt. There, you caught up. That's quite an ingenious idea. And did anyone write back? No. You know, you kind of need a balloon that actually floats first. That's where your plan fell apart? Aw, poor guy. He doesn't think. So the president had a nasty surprise while he was giving his speech. This is our only evidence so far. But that should be all available to you. Let me know if the site doesn't work and I can bug Steve-ish about it. Same thing happened to me when I was a kid, right in the middle of a public speaking contest. There I was, yammering away, when all of a sudden, earthquake! Almost jumped out of my skin. That sounds terrifying. Even the word earthquake makes me queasy. What? You were listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were ignoring my little aside like always. No! I was as surprised as you, sir, but there's no mistaking it. It's the Steel Samurai! Oh my god! The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly is something for everyone. Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at a welcome party for a foreign president. It is a little odd, Although now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? I must scour the scene and expect anything that catches my attention. It's the flag of Zhangfa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this? Something the matter, sir? You don't see it, detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will. Oh, that's a beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate. Exactly, but it's how a flag should look. And yet, here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think? Right, of course, sir. Is it... I give up. Come on, spill the beans. You can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference with T. Take that! The bullet hole, obviously. Look closely. Do you see the hole? Whoa, look at that! You're right, sir! And denote the burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it. A bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through this flag? Breaks your heart, don't it? It does. What villainy could have befallen him? Witnesses said he popped right about when the gun went off, which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon. Looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands. This is sacrilege! I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. The only way to piss off Edgeworth is to hurt his icon, the Steel Samurai. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape. We won't, sir. You can count on it. Steel Samurai balloon is then added to my evidence. Alright, if you refresh it, it should show up. I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Time to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. Not another samurai moment. Unfortunate. These flowers are in full bloom. They look exotic, but I don't know the species. My favorite flowers are maybe roses? Yeah, roses and lilies. Roses make me think of weddings. Ah, the romance. And lilies, well, that's funerals, I guess. Sad, but part of life, you know? It's no coincidence that both types of occasions tend to feature a free buffet, I imagine. Come on, sir, that's not fair. Poor Gumshoe. Bro just wants free food. Alright, chat, what are we putting together? Pop balloon. Popped by the moment the gun went off. Pierced by a bullet. Located to the right of the stage. Pierced by a bullet. The president was targeted during his speech. A premeditated attack. Pop balloon and flag with bullet hole. As I said, with logic, I'm just going to go rapid fire with it. First one I see, I connect. That's how I'm going to be doing with logic. There is a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely that the balloon was popped by a bullet too. Oh, by the way, just as a note, chat, reminder, there is one mechanic in this game that you guys will not be able to participate in. And the reason for that is because it has a timer. So I will be doing those sections. Thankfully, they're a relatively small part of the game. So hopefully it'll still be fun for you guys. Which means 2 shots were fired, right, sir? Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. Investigation complete. Alright, on with the Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figure something out, huh? Care to share? Who exactly is she? And why does she keep shouting at us? Rubbernecker, I guess? Seems pretty interested in the case. Come on, give me something here. We do not need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine, let's see if she can tell us anything. There y'all are! Tabby Lloyd, at your service. I'm looking into the case for, well, just for me right now, but... Looking into the case. Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I'd like to... Well, can you tell me any exclusive details you want to share? It's just like, I don't want to deal with this. How about the pup? Have you made any demands? What about them there, Ruffles? Where does a fella buy a caveat like that? Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here. Tappy Lloyd, oh my fucking god. I just realized that. Fuck this game, bro. Hi, Silver. Also, hi, Lizard. Who's that? What are they doing with the same energy as what is this creature? Dang, and here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. I need to, wasn't it instant? Because I'm focusing on doing that accent, Awario, okay? That's what my entire focus is on. That's gonna be draining. I need to know how the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? Why, I most certainly cannot. I beg your pardon. I can't just be handing out leads for free. That stuff's my livelihood. Aw, come on. Don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes. Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Good, bye. Wait. Wait for what exactly, huh? You got nothing for me? I'm gone. Oh, we're fresh out of moves here. Out of moves, I wouldn't be so sure. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers any number of options, but some are more effective than others. Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head. No matter how impenetrable opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Now, we must analyze the state of play. Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return. Chess pieces. My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken. So this is the mechanic that unfortunately you guys will not be able to participate in because as you can see at the top of the screen, there is a timer. I'm sorry, everybody. It's timed. This is such an odd metaphor. It's a cool mechanic, don't worry. Domain expansion. Logic chess. Hi, Jacob. But I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also the passing of time. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it could pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated, you're fixing to ask me something, will ya? Well, dude, dang well, ask it already! I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then, when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. Mind chess. Commence. What is it that you do? Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure, I can totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job. Is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about. Shut up! I ain't no lawbreaker, that's what you're insinuating. I will bide my time, because she's angry. I'm a law-abiding, everyday citizen, and you get no reason to say otherwise. Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it is something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed. Huh? Well, sure, I guess. At least the way it'll be once I bag my first big scoop. What was that about big scoops? Huh. I see. It is a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist. Is that correct? Dang! Sure, I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest come on the beat. That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our Hungry Young Club has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that our next line of inquiry. So you're essentially, you essentially let them talk, and then you have to select. You basically the whole point of this is that you're basically saying things to make the opponent slip up and reveal secrets that they didn't intend to. This entire thing is basically forcing Fudian slips, and it's kind of funny. Where's the record of your reporting? You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind. You got more questions? You gotta give me something first. That's the deal. I am not in the habit of making deals. Now, tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles, can't help you. I don't have a clue as to how to push the conversation forward. I'll have to try another tack. Yeah, that's the one. Where are you at the scene of the crime? At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime? Come on now, Ruffles, you ain't gonna give me little old Tabby something first. Absolutely not. Then I ain't giving you nothing neither. You think I'm a sucker? Think again. Hand it over or you're under arrest? No, that's definitely wrong. Bide my time. Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something. Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger. I ain't scared. I'm a pro. It takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me. You heard gunfire, huh? You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something. Double ding! Fine, I was here, I saw it, came to report on the big speech, wound up reporting on a shooting. And you won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles! If she came to report on the event, she must have made a record of some kind. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite the clue as to where we'll take the conversation next. Let's go back to the first one. You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind. You got more questions? You gotta give me something first. That's the deal. I am not in the habit of making deals. Tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles, can't help ya. Time to deploy my clue. You must have a record of your reporting. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours? Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Dang near wore my shoes out running around this one. Which is why I'm not about to hand it over to the first person who asks me. I'm not just anyone, young lady. I am the prosecutor in charge of this case. Don't you young lady me, you ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask. If I'll young lady you as many times as I like. No, mind my time. Sorry, there was a spammer that got hit in there. I had to ban his ass. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal. I understand that your job is a difficult one. You do? Well, ain't that sweet? And in such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt you'll ever succeed. Nah, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it. Yeah, just as long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. Play me that tape. Intriguing. A young reporter, hungry for success, so dedicated to her craft to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed she did not. She committed the entire event to tape. Ah, dang it! This is my scoop you're messing with, my big break! Fine, sure, I recorded the whole darn thing. It's all right here, you caught me, okay? Checkmate. Yeah, it's a cool mechanic in my opinion. I don't know. I think it's a pretty decent mechanic. It can get really interesting later in the game as well. And yeah, I think you guys can understand why I can't have you guys playing that. Because that timer ticks down pretty quick. And you'd have to read every single option and make a reaction pretty quick. So I hope you forgive me that I can't let you guys play that one. You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary. Never mind that. Now play us the tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Fine, you can hear it, but I got conditions. An interrogation? Yeah, but you gotta have the Ace Attorney theming. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the Chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be sheep number 2 and be a mentor to a rising star, aka me. Chief number 2, huh? Kind of like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir. And one more thing. I want executive reporting rights the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of metaphor wouldn't give a star pupil the exclusive, huh? She's a difficult woman to refuse, and I need to hear that reporting. 24 hours is more than I could promise, but the story's yours until the case is solved. And the job of chief number 2? I think not. Gah, you're no fun. But this girl can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles. Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to this tape. Shock. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more. The president's speech. The president passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his declining popularity by sheer force of will. That there's me. I need a little live commentary to set the scene. And just let them ramble. Exactly. It's so good. What the fuck? I just got another fucking bot trying to advertise their fucking channel. Fuck off. The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatagarasu situation behind him. As well as he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Whose voices are these? Oh, there was these 2 old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. I know their voices from somewhere. Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. The president thrusts his fist in the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. The battle against evil rages on. Here, today, I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. 2 shots. What the? Ah! Miss Lloyd's tape. So, 2 shots were fired. Yup, and that tells us something? Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. Of the 2 shots fired, 1 hit the president, which means that the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and into the balloon is... Where, chat? Where, chat? Chat, where? This is your first time. This is your time. Well, there's multiple places because you can go like this, you can go like this, you can go like... Wario says bottom left corner. Any objections to this? Further left? What? What? JP, what do you mean what? So 1 bullet hit the president. Another bullet went through these 2. Essentially. So where could the shooter have shot from? They shot both the president, and they also shot 1 bullet that hit both of these at the same time. So where was our shooter? Wario is saying down here. That's spot-ish. That's enough people for me to lock it in. Drawing a line between the flag and the balloon gives us the trajectory of one of our bullets, and places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator area. Bullet trajectory. You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth. And by the way, the evidence list should be updated. Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area. Roger that, sir. So you need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess? I do. And what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it. Yes, sir. Chief, hey, I'm talking to you, Chief. I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd. I surely do. You gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push it wherever you like. A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business. I am nobody's chief. Whatever you say, Miles Edgeworth, sir. Your wish is my command. I somehow doubt that. Here you go, sir. It's all ready for you. This Lloyd here cleared everybody out just like that. You should have seen it. Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief, that is. She sends them running twice as quick. She sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do. Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, don't you be worrying your pretty little head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around and alakazam! No more dirt. On the outside, perhaps, but you still have something of a problem with the inside. We're ready to get back to investigation, whatever you are, sir. The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all. Begin investigation. Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Who is he again? It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office. He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne? What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself? His voice. I recognize it from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where is this chief prosecutor? He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him, and only him, out through the cordon. So he had me summoned on short notice, and then left before I even showed up. Rude. This guy is a piece of work. You even go pick through the trash yourself? A prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh? Detective Gumshoe. Right away, sir. Makes Gumshoe go through the trash. The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished. Let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures. Is he enjoying himself? Bingo! A popsicle stick! Gotta love the jokes they put on these. Detective. Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. Huh? I think we got something! Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details. We sure can! Just tell me which way you want it, sir. We can rotate the item with the arrow keys. If you want, I can move it closer or further away, too. I can use Q to examine an object up close, and E to move it out for a bigger picture. And when you spot something, just say the word. I can point out suspicious areas with the cursor and press space to investigate them more closely. Alright, let's see what we can discover. Well, we should probably open it, right? This is a document of some kind. What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan? It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements. It shows how the president's bodyguards are positioned. It even has people's names on it. Rook and Knight. So his bodyguards aren't natives of Zhangfa. I heard he uses some private security firm. But why not employ people from his own country? I know why not. Y'all want to hear a little tabloid exclusive? You really know something? Sure I do. I was over at their emissary not so long back, sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head, including a bunch of bigwigs and national police force. Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. I wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. Security plan jotted down. One second, chat. I might need to do something with this evidence. Some evidence I don't have pictures of, so I need to take pictures of them myself for you guys. So forgive me for a moment. I'm gonna... Oh, fuck. One sec. The things I do for you, chat. That's all you gotta say. All I gotta say. Okay, refresh it. You should be able to check the security plan. The image of the security plan in your thing now. But what was it doing dumped there in the bag? Pipe or shirt says that too, as well as the bag. I might be looking at red herring, but the reversible jacket too. You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified. Huh? Hey, there's something else in here. Yeah, the more obvious of the two things. Let's be real. My. Hi, Lord Lano. What's a gun doing in here? Sir, this bag. It's gotta belong to the... Yes, it could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here among all the chaos. 6-shot revolver, found in a trash can. Not easy to acquire in this country. Could this be the work of a professional? That would explain the security plan, too. I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. Two spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots heard on the recording. That was the Tailmaster. I'm very tailed today. Make sure you use... Don't worry, I will see, but that wasn't evidence. That was just logic. But yeah, there's like... We'll get to that. This is a laser sight. It can be lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here... Yup, definitely a red laser. Could the assassin have used a laser sight to target the president? Revolver data jotted down in my organizer. That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show, a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash. Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you, if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics and see if they can find any prints. On it, sir! A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along. Got the results for you, sir! That was quick. You bet it was. Told the text it was ultra super high priority. But, they came up empty. And they checked everywhere. Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them. That took like 2 seconds. How the fuck did they do all that? I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently. What's it say? 50 yards to the Gordy Museum? And 70 yards to the never mind. What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you? 70 yards to the boathouse. It feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded. Fond memories, detective. Yeah. Fond memories, sir. That's a reference to Ace Attorney 1. And I got an achievement for that. The television truck appears to be stuck in the mud. Reminds me of the time I pushed your car out of that ditch, sir. Then you just drove away and left me there. Gotta admit, it felt kind of lonely. Ugh, did I do that? I think I might have. You came back though, Edgeworth. Only left me in there for maybe 15 minutes? I know you'd never forget about me, sir. Of course I wouldn't. Barring those 15 minutes anyway. This is at that location. Yeah, this is Gordy Lake. You're with one of the news channels. Yep. Can I help you? You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look? Wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky. And why is that, huh, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something? No, it's just that my camera was kind of knocked over in all the panic, and now I can't get it to work. That footage would have helped immensely. Just our luck. What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I know that voice. Kay! Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds, but don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only, Kay Faraday. If it was old that you were going to die. Incredible. Hero, only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not a great thief anymore? Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. A what? Sabbatical? I'm sorry. I've never seen this word before in my life. I'm gonna be real. I don't know what this word is. Whatever. I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being the second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy. Ready for where allows employees to pursue personal interest, travel, or study. Okay, cool. Kay helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago when I was working a case. This game only takes place 2 weeks after the last game? Edgeworth's been going through it, man. Oh, hi, Kay. Yeah, Kay's back. The case of the Yatagarasu, a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will, and who claimed only to steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief. If that's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough. What are you doing here, Kay? What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. I suppose she did mention being fond of such things. Less time in game than we have out. True. You're right. Well, actually, I don't know. And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys, but now I don't have to. Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright as breezy as ever. Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself. So, Kay, are you really here to save the day? Yep. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world only went and took pictures of the whole shebang. Did you now? Then you better show them to me. Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl gotta do to impress you, huh? I know, right, Mr. Prosecutor's here about as fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him cheap. But I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, ace reporter at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time you two can chat later. Okay, can I see those pictures? Holy fuck, I'm getting so many people. Like, they're all getting blocked by ban evasion on Twitch, which is great. But there's a lot of fucking spam in the chat right now that you guys can't see, thank God. Boo, fine, here. I took this one right when the gun went off. It was total chaos, people running everywhere. The president and his 2 bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Chat, quick question. Which one do you think is Knight and which one do you think is Rook? Just take a guess. Take a guess. Which one is Knight and which... Just take a fucking guess. Take a fucking guess. Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you provided us with a vital clue. Howie! Your eyes just lit up like a pair of dangled Christmas trees! Well, Mr. Ellsworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted? A contradiction. Huh? A what now? Well, I don't see nothing strange. Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction, and then employ my powers of deduction. First, to find the contradiction in the photograph. What's the contradiction in this photograph, chat? Yes, this is it. Sorry, I didn't press any buttons there. I just hovered over it and it automatically did it. I'm sorry. This is very much tutorial mode. I'm sorry. I didn't press a button there. I just hovered over it. I'll simply press T to make my deduction. Now, to present the evidence that proves the contradiction. What evidence, chat? Barely even on the dot. I know, right? So which of this evidence? You guys have all the evidence available to you. You can check it on that website there, and you can even read everything. Oh, one sec. This can be examined more in depth. I should add that. Oh, one sec, chat. There's some. While you guys are doing that, I'm gonna add some enhanced pictures to the evidence for you guys. This will help a lot for you guys. You guys are about to get hella evidenced. You guys ready to be evidenced, chat? The evidence is being added as we speak, chat. Do not worry your little heads. I'm not reading chat right now because I'm working on getting all this set up for you. Normally I would do this as I get the evidence, but I didn't realize all of this evidence had enhanced pictures for you guys until just now. There we go. It should all be in there now. Make sure you hit refresh. All right, what are you guys saying? You're saying your brain was geared for the people being wrong. I don't know. Maybe the dot should actually be on the left side, not dead in the middle. JP says to present the security plan. Wario wants to present the gun. But you should all have pictures now inside all of those. Okay, we're presenting the gun. There's clearly a contradiction in here. If you say so, sir. I can't see anything myself. You don't see it? Something so obvious? That's a contradiction in and of itself. Mr. Edgeworth, you know you made a mistake. You can just tell me, don't you? A mistake? I have done no such thing. And I'll prove it to you. I've already located what's contradictory between this photograph and the evidence. Now, to present the evidence that proves the contradiction. You were going to say wait. All of the images of these of this evidence should now be in your stuff. The plan? Unfortunately, no. Remember, the thing that we're specifically highlighting right now is the red dot. Yes, the game knows we're on the dot. I'm literally not allowed to change it, Wario. It's not letting me. It's like in tutorial mode. It's... Stevish wants to present the bullet trajectory. No. No, this is just really stupid. This is actually the stupidest fucking thing in existence. Okay? This is so unbelievably dumb that I don't blame you all at all. Okay? I just realized what it wants us to present. It is so unbelievably, ungodly stupid. Should I just tell... It wants you to present this because there's no red dot on his forehead here. I'm not joking. I'm not fucking joking. You are over fucking thinking it. This is the dumbest fucking thing. I know, it's so fucking stupid. You're fucking for real? I'm not. I just realized it. Ace didn't even know what a laser is. Oh my god, dude. Look closely at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping, if you would, Mr. Lloyd. Miss Lloyd. Need you to be so... Don't worry, this game is peak. I promise you this game is peak. Don't let this one bullshit stupid thing take you away from it, okay? Now look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully. Huh? What am I looking for here? Well, I'll be... Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. What is that? Some kind of birthmark? Oh my god, they're so stupid. Yeah, a guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. They're so fucking dumb. I highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken. Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe? Oh my god, they're so dumb. Yeah, that's it. Right there's the big old bug bite. And here I thought it was something important. The look on your face. You should know that the road to the truth is paved with just such seemingly trivial details. Ooh, again with the face. All right. Duly noted, Chief. Chat, it's okay. Don't worry. I promise this game is peak. This is like the only thing that's like weird. Are you sure? Yes, I promise. They don't have guns over there? Fire Ninja's so real right now. You're having a hard time believing me? What? You're really gonna let the tutorial really sway your entire opinion on the rest of this game? I promise you, okay? I really love this game. Please bear with it. All right, chat. What are we putting together logic-wise here? Yeah. Remember, this is the first case. This is the case where they have to treat you like a little baby man to get you into it, okay? This is the case where they have to treat you like a little baby man. But it gets good, trust me. I have solved the mystery of the red birthmark. Really? So it wasn't a bug bite? No, what we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is, in fact, the beam of a laser sight. Then our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead! And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out. Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch. Indeed, I fear the president may be even more danger than we thought. And the gun we found was the weapon used in the crime. Why would the perp use a laser sight, though? He's right. You'd stand out like crazy using something like that. Not red dot birthmark. Trust me, Wario. Just trust me, okay? Pew, pew, pew. It's not like you could just go around shooting lasers all over the place. No, and anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter. Seems like a pretty bad idea all around. Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them. It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see these other pictures. Yes, sir, right away, sir. Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south. It might be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taken up with your face. Hey, can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed you before is from just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's... What's this? I can hardly see anything. I forgot tail. Oh, here you go. I got knocked over when everyone started running right after that last picture. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident. Not sure this one's going to be much use, kid. And that's all of them. Don't forget to hit refresh to make sure you have the right evidence uploaded, okay, chat? Time to take a closer look. Let's examine the picture from... Which picture should we investigate, chat? You should have all of the evidence in the... You should be able to see all three of them yourself on the website. Which one in particular should we investigate? Lizard says before, Awario says after. Fire Ninja says before. Kite now says before. That's three people saying before. Is there any hint of the laser sight here in this picture? Anywhere on this picture, chat? Do you see it? Red coat, bottom right. This is where Lizard is showing. Yeah, it's very clearly there, so. There, I see it. What is it, sir? Look closely at the person with the red hood. Whoa, there it is. Indeed, that's our laser sight right there. So that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be. The shooter, yes. We found them, and all thanks to yours truly. Indeed, you led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Mrs. Great Thief, the truth. You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures too. Let's take another look. Our red-hooded suspect could be in another one of these photographs from... Which one should we investigate now, chat? After. Is the person with the red hood here somewhere? Do you see them, chat? There they are. Be more specific. Actually, it's kind of hard for you to describe where it is. Yeah.
Take that.
Look, right there! A red jacket. That must be our suspect. Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway. My tail almost pointed at it? Hell yeah. Sticking out like a Thor thumb, literally. Luckily, we could see exactly where they were headed. Ah, the samurai dog stand! Precisely. Which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe! On it, sir! Consider it cleared! Good. I'm counting on you. We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Now, let us continue our investigation. There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. What's this? A red button. Hey, do you think... Red button. Seems it was torn off something found near the samurai dog stand. Could it have been dropped by a red-hooded suspect? Yes, it certainly seems likely. There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is under the stand, please? There's something down here, all right. Let's see. A red raincoat! This must be the one the suspect was wearing! They must have taken it off and hidden it under before they made their escape. Red raincoat added to evidence. The sleeve. It's inside out. The button is missing too. Having fun? Hey, Flit. Yes, we are. It's a flimsy-looking food stand made of plywood, and it sells samurai dogs. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got $1.50 if you know. You're not actually suggesting I subsidize you eating on the job? Oh, I didn't mean to. That is, maybe when we're done? Fine. When we have finished investigating, you can have one. And only one. Understood? Sorry, sir, I never should have... Wait, did you say I could have one? Yes. Why? Is something the matter? No, it's just... I wasn't expecting you to... Thanks, sir! Aw, Gumshoe's gonna get a samurai dog. It says samurai dogs. Now a Sakura relish. Just in time for spring. Sakura, huh? What does that taste like? Well, Sakura is cherry blossom. So I guess maybe cherries? But blossoms are blossoms and cherries are cherries, sir. They're totally different things. But you're right, I suppose. So what does Sakura really taste like? This is my kind of mystery. Gumshoe. And Awario said logic the button in the jacket. You do not want to eat cherry relish. Neither do I. That doesn't sound very good. The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off. That right sleeve's inside out, too. It seems it was removed in a hurry. Fast enough to tear a button off, no less. I summarize our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting the president. They then slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from left to the right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off. Yep, that and the missing button! The question, of course, is, why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve? Oh yeah, only the right sleeve is inside out. Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached. So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If we were to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. The right sleeve is inside out, and you can clearly see where the button was torn off. Yes, whoever discarded this raincoat did so in quite a hurry. Let's take a closer look at the inside of this raincoat. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. This is a blood stain. And considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin. So we're looking for someone with an injury? Not just any injury, detective. An injury on their left arm. Huh. How do we know that? It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything falls into place. Now, detective, there is a bloodstain on the left side lining of the raincoat because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely. Or at least, we can say that there's a good probability that was the case. Raincoat updated. I've updated it, so make sure you refresh. The pieces are starting to fall into place. Investigation complete. Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects. Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms coming right up. You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Tacking all them itty bitty pieces and putting them together like that, you'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. The park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in that crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir. Way to nab the assassin, Gummy. Hold on, Kay. It's a little soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest. You want to see my fingers turn blurry? Wow, Mike. You're giving me middle fingers like that. They're a person. Thank you for the resub. Okay, no jumping. But he's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president. In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, detective. Carefully. Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard Mr. Edgeworth. No umbrella, and a bandage on his left arm. You sure now's a good time to get food? Any Well, pal, state your name already. Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure. John Doe. Not a name you often hear in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere. I'm sure of it. Any original Ace Attorney fans in the chat, by the way? And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth? You know my name? Of course. I have been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you care to explain why you've asked to speak with me? As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. My. Well, isn't that just shocking? And this same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you. And I can tell you, is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair. These two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next? A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits. A battle of words. Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks this upcoming battle will entail? This is basically going to be the tutorial for cross-examination. We don't need to do that, right? We don't need a tutorial on how to cross-examine, right, chat? We're all familiar with the concept of cross-examination. We're all intimately aware, correct? Let him blather. What do you guys think? Let Gumshoe blather. Only a Wario is telling me. You're good. Let him have his fun. All right. In a battle of wits, you never know if or when the other guy might be lying or just plain mistaken. But if you spot an inconsistency in a statement of theirs, you gotta present the evidence that proves it. And to do that, I'll need to first open my organizer with E, then press T to present my evidence. And what if there aren't no inconsistencies to find? Then you change tack, press for more information, and see what you can shake loose. Indeed, I could press my opponent with Q. Why don't you show us how it's done, Mr. Edgeworth? Stepping up to bat, our nation's top prosecutor! Once I'm able to quietly gather my thoughts, yes. Doe's deposition. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. But you have no proof that this person is injured, as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I could still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. So you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. And is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella. Team Raincoat over here! They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Hey, I don't use it either. Come rain, sleet, or snowshine, it's my trusted parka every time. Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. So you see, I am not your would-be killer. Joe's appearance, I know. And I'm not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I am just a simple ice cream sale. Oh my. Forgive me, my wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin, and said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. Rebuttal. Alright, chat. What are we doing? I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. But you have no proof that this person is injured, as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I could still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. And then he lost that umbrella to the crowd, huh? Guess that's one of these things. I suppose you're going to tell me that his wound reopening is just one of those things, too. Lizard wants to present the red raincoat on the second thing. That is, no, the assassin's left arm is injured. As is Mr. Doe's. Why, it's even bleeding as we speak. You're right, that is pretty suspicious. Nonetheless, we need to find something concrete that will link Mr. Doe to the crime. I should press E to open my organizer and look over all the evidence again. Remember, chat, you can check all of the evidence at will now. Just make sure you refresh it so that you have all the updates. So the second statement is, but you have no proof that this person is injured, as you claim. That's the second statement, Awario. And right now, the current proposition is to present the red raincoat on this statement. You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe, but not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind. Something of vital importance. Hi, Oxy. How are you doing today? It looks blue to you? You might be colorblind. I'm sorry. I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. That coat does not belong to me. Or, do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation? Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Your wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive, although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. 1 second, chat. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm sorry, I'm muting the music for just a moment because we're gonna put on the arranged objection theme. The one that I didn't get because I didn't pre-order. I'm sorry I didn't pre-order. But we still have our ways to listen to the remix soundtrack. You have my deepest sympathies. We're cheating the system. Why isn't it DLC? Because fuck Capcom. I should have pre-ordered this game. I'm sorry, guys. Because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured. And now I could prove that person was you. With this decisive piece of evidence. The ice cream is melting. 1 second, chat. I do need to have the audio on here a little bit, so I can check when the main song ends, so I can move back to the regular soundtrack. Melting like his sweat, yeah. You see, Mr. Doe, there's a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin. It just floats back down. Attempted murder of a foreign leader, causing a diplomatic incident? They'll throw the book at you. You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with that on the coat, and that will be that. We have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zhangfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn. I'll give you that. Sorry if you have to hear me pausing. I gotta make sure I don't play this song for too long. You would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. He doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. So that song is like, it fucking rules, but whatever. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it. I was wearing the raincoat. He confessed! Say the word and I'll snap the cuffs on him right now. I'm going to hold your ice cream. Yeah, it definitely can't be safe, but, you know, he's just fucking weeball. But I did not shoot at the president. What? Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I'm aware, that is not a crime. Doe's deposition, part 2. I am no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action and the shots rang out. That felt too hype. You know, that's fair, Wario. I'm not going to play that for every objection then, because that'll get annoying. But I am going to play the remixed Presto song and everything like that, just so that we can at least get a little taste on the remix soundtrack. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now, are you finally satisfied that I'm telling the truth? As if! Your story stinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Look, it's right there, plain as day. The assassin, and they're wearing a red raincoat. Intriguing. But that is not me. Oh, come on! Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why does he seem so sure of himself? I am no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguard sprang into action, and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. In any event, the shooter was wearing a red raincoat. We have photographic proof of that, and yet Mr. John Doe swears it wasn't him. And the guy's lying through his teeth, I tell you. No one gets away with disrespecting Mr. Edgeworth, pal, not on my watch. Calm down, detective. We will get to the truth out of him by catching him in a lie. Yeah, so let's keep at him. He'll let something slip soon enough. Press 3.
Hold it!
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots. Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least, the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes. The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was Rook. That's correct. Bastian Rook, I believe. I expect he noticed the light from a laser sight. That man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony, if you don't mind. As you wish. The bodyguard on the left, Bastian Rook, was especially quick to respond. Alright, chat, this is our new statement. Should we present anything here? Or should we move on to another statement and press some more? Remember, you have access to all the evidence. You can feel free to read it whenever. And you can even see all their descriptions too. The chart says to present the security plan, and how does Doe know Rook's first name? This is statement 4 now, yes. Anyone gonna make it official? Lizard is making it official. Everyone say yes. It says in the bottom right corner, Flitchard. On the screen right now.
Objection!
As I suspected, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows of the presidential bodyguards' names. I'll play the remixed one after we appreciate this for a bit. The new Pornered theme. What? You jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it? Objection! This is a really good cornered theme, in my opinion. We only know those names thanks to the security plan. But look closely. Only their surnames appear. I agree, lying coldly is great, but like this part is especially good. It really feels like you're getting them. Yeah, I like that part. It's really good in gameplay. But now let's turn that down a bit And now we're gonna listen to the remixed one. So here's the remixed version of this song. Yet all we clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have. Seems pretty darn suspicious to me. Well, how did you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Another lie. He is the assassin, just like we said. Come now, miss. It's a little soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes? And the reason for that is... Yeah, this is the remixed version of it. Angry ice cream. Man, I really hope they release this for DLC before I finish. Because this song rules, dude. Well, I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget. Oh, he's Angie. His ice cream's Angie, chat. You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying. I am not lying. I am, as I have always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook, yes. And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that. It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you are more than welcome to ask him. Although, I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the president's safety. But suppose you are able to speak to him, and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove I was the shooter? If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Professor, is he actually going to worm his way out of this? What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest that man! He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already. You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not. No, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's got to be something you can do. Shocking scenes here as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice. It seems that the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. Fire Ninja, that's what I was saying. Are you sure you want to go get food? Because you literally left right when he showed up. Hi, S. How you doing, S. Nick? How you doing today? Selling ice cream, obviously. Oh my gosh, it's Sonic. What, do you know? What's his angle here? I saw them. I saw another person with a red hood. What? Are you kidding? It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the president's head. He's claiming there was another red-hooded person. Preposterous! I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. Hi, Zoldo. Hi, Bakiri. You are, in fact, late as fuck. And so, naturally, I removed my raincoat. So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing the exact same thing as you? Huh. How very convenient. I had thought you might find it far-fetched. Hence, my not mentioning it till now. Okay, I might as well reveal it now, since you're really supposed to know. But this guy showed up in Justice for All of Ace Attorney, and he was like, he was a hired assassin in Justice for All. You're technically supposed to know that because we've seen this character before in lore. So if you play Justice for All, you would know that this guy is a hired assassin. And that's why a lot of people in chat are going, it's this fucking guy. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. But he is just chilling here. Yeah, he's just selling ice cream here. Don't worry about him. Especially not if I had said the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor. Well, I know you don't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting. No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there. Huh? Me? Yes, the photograph will prove it, I am sure. You see, right there in front of the person with the red hood. That's me, yes, but what exactly are you saying? I don't know, Bakiri. What's his end game here? As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now, a man of your talents should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow. The picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there? Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you gathered is inconsistent with what we see here. What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which Mr. Piece is inconsistent with what's in this picture? Chat, remember, you have access to all the evidence. Miss Sona's very cute, thank you. I have 6 models in total, but this is my primary main one. I'll consider this one to be my true Sona, if that makes sense. So go take a shift through the evidence, chat, and let me know what is inconsistent. Remember to click on them to see, to investigate them in more depth. Yeah, I don't know if you should bother being so late. Lizard wants to present Mrs. Lloyd's tape. Sonic wants to present the badge, but it's wrong. Okay, we got a confirmation on that one. Ah, of course! The tape! It contradicts the photographs! Ah, so you have noticed at last. What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth? Someone's missing. Someone who should be here. Huh? But who? Who indeed? The person who is missing from this photograph is... Who's missing from the photograph, chat? Huh? Miss Lloyd? How do you figure that? Mrs. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Mrs. Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor. Oh, there was these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time. She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape. You're right! But she's not in the picture! Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you have been hounding the right person? Ugh. Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions? Boy, y'all fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure, knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide. Oh, by the way, this song also has a remix. So let's listen to the original for a bit. And now, we didn't really listen to it to a lot, but... Alright, let's listen to the remix track once these ads end. Hi, Asun. Yes, I am cheating the DLC music. Of course I am. I am a dirty hacker. I'm not going to be doing it all the time because it'll get really annoying. But during some key moments, I think I'll do it. It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. Nah, I was running all over rolling reporter style. And that was a big old crowd. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tape from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye, ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. There's no doubt. One second, that was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor. I'm certain of it. Tabby wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't. But if she did, then that would mean... she's our perp. Will y'all quit messing with me as if I could have done a thing like that, little old me? I might be inclined to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency. It does? I thought it was pretty good. Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction. This little Miss Lloyd's testimony. It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. Nah, I was running all over woven reporter style, and that was a big old crowd. I guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tape from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. I just can't get a read on her, but I don't feel like she's hiding anything super bad either. I agree that she doesn't seem to be ill-intentioned. But who knows if that means something much worse is lying just underneath. Regardless, we must put aside our immediate impressions. Her actions are on the record, and I have proof that contradicts her testimony. To be fair, Wario, nobody's died. It was just it was an attempt at the president's life. Nobody's died yet. Okay, you all want me to press 3. So, attempted assassin, yeah. So the fact that you are not in the picture is to be expected. Is that what you're trying to tell us? It surely is. I got your pals, the prosecutors, on tape while I was in one part of the crowd. And then that picture was snapped while I was off someplace else. Looking at it that way, and it all makes perfect sense. Your assertion, then, is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points in the speech. Yup. Timing's everything. You learn that soon enough in this line of work. So if I could prove that the two things did happen at the same time, her entire defense will come tumbling down. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. Remember, you can check all the evidence, chat. I already see it. I know what to do. Maybe the tape? Lichard wants to present the recording on statement 3. Tape makes sense? Sorry, because I play the audio, you don't get the satisfying music stop. Shit. You know? Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say? You're dang right it is, and I don't lie! And yet, the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time. What? You can't prove that! Oh, but I can. The evidence right here in these pictures. I think the pictures also would have worked here, by the way. I think it would make sense if you presented both the pictures and the audio. It probably would have good. Got you. Don't worry. We're just cheating the music. Don't worry. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recording. What part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording? What am I selecting here, chat? What am I selecting here, chat? Blitzard is saying the president. Do we all agree with this? That's 3 people saying yes, so I'm gonna go with it. See here? The president has his fist raised. And what about it? Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again? See, it ain't that simple. What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice? You don't make it easy, do ya, Ruffles? Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. Hi, Meme. How are you doing? No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. The president thrusts his fists into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. There! That's the moment, right there! Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording. Which means Tabby should be in the picture too! And she is. Right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is, in fact, the person with the red hood. What?! So you're our shooter, huh? No. I'm not gonna play the remix song for this one. As soon as we played the remix for the last one, I'll alternate it. I don't even own a jacket like that. That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is... Hi, Cirrus. How you doing today? So who's the owner of the red raincoat, chat? From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is... Don't overthink this one, chat. I got people saying neither and people saying Lloyd. Kite is saying John Doe. And now JP is saying John. Now Lizard is saying John. I've seen a lot more people saying John right now. Who's John? He's the, it's this guy. John is the ice cream man. Lizard is saying the owner of the known raincoat is John. Guys, none of you can agree on anything. Come on. I'm seeing a lot more people saying John Doe, though. You vote John? Flipchart is trying to make it official. We have already proven that the raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something also that also happened to have a red hood. So there were two people with red hoods all along? Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true. Awario, the dude literally already admitted to wearing the red coat. Like, he literally, John Doe already admitted saying, you might have missed it, but he said earlier, he said, yes, this red raincoat is mine. But there was someone else with a red raincoat. I saw them. Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one? Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd. Huh? This whole thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I said, is if you get mud and such on it, it's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Ah! Just as I thought. The inside of her hood, it's red! That's right. And when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible. Yeah, they were talking about the known raincoat. What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal? Oh, wait, I never even wore it that way around. Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves. Who does that? I know, right? And y'all gonna confirm that how exactly? It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? That much has been established already. And as you yourself said, hey, I don't use it neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time. If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry. But wait a second now, I got this big old backpack on, see? So I can't take off my jacket, yeah. Maybe I could show y'all some other time? You think an excuse that week is gonna wash Mr. Edgeworth? Well, what are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us. It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president. I could never. If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Is there a particular reason why you choose to wear a parka with a red hood here today? I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear? Hold it. Who said that? Hold your horses. It's a little soon for the endgame. That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. That's one of the men from Kay's photograph. Guess I better introduce myself. The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. And second in command of his security detail. Eek! Point that thing someplace else, pal. What the heck is wrong with you? Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun? This old girl's on loan from Zhang Fa. Temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got two tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours. I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer. Really? You're giving up the first move advantage, just like that? Whatever, your loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then. So you play a little chess, I take it? Ah, fellow fan, are you, Mr. Red Suit? The name's Edgeworth, and you could say I dabble. Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch. He didn't? That's a relief. Particularly for the young lady here. That means there is no longer a murder charge on the table. We've already done Mind Chest, Bakiri. That is good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, because I never. Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did, anyhow. Our boss. Put himself in the line of fire. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook? Yeah, it's game over for him. No way! Rook is dead? A genuine loss. So, you're saying that Tabby... Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague, my brother in arms. Aw, heck no, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I could never. I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrifice one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during a castling, it's a real shame. Castling? What does that even mean? It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches places with the king. Then why didn't he just say so? Mr. Knight, was it? Yeah? What? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the third piece of news, and it's the piece you're gonna like the least. I thought you said there were only two. The National Police Force of Zhangfa will be handling things from here. What? You better be kidding, pal. This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yatagarasu case? The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. Makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you. Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president? But that was a mistake. A big one. You should have given the case to somebody with a spine. Paired with his hair? I don't probably... You're free to take it up with President Wang if you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. Ugh! You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane. No, no. I never did nothing, I swear. We can do this the hard way if you'd like, but in Zhangfa, justice is served one way or the other. Ruffles, come on, you gotta help me out here, please. Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case. I'm innocent! You gotta believe me! Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. Eek! What? Huh? What the? Get your filthy hands off of... Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am? I'm disappointed. What? It's you! Ah, so you do remember. What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give up. You've got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Just don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy. Who are you really, Mr. Doe? Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller. Guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's Shelly the Killer. The Killer? There's not a legal profession in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for? In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear that I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but... how could I have been so careless? My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. But I miscalculated in certain other regards. He didn't bring a gun. Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from me? I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. He what? What are you up to, Dick Killer? I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion. Huh? But why? Bastion Rook was a man of great skill, one with whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Miss Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely. You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the president! Am I really? I suppose it is true that, in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane. You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard! Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command. Rook's not around, that means I'm number one! I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do! I'm the leader now, me! If that is indeed the case, then I would ask you to make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or will you allow the investigation to continue? Ugh. Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, let us continue the investigation. What do we do, sir? It would seem we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well. I'll buy us some time as I investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain that there's no way he can escape. Yes, sir, you got it! To be continued. What is going on? I'll recap, Oario. So Mr. Knight came out, told us that Mr. Rook is dead. So Rook is dead in place of the president, and now Shelley the Killer revealed himself as the one hired for the assassin, and threatened Mr. Knight's life and said, "I want you to allow Edgeworth to continue investigating this case," because Mr. Knight was about to transfer it over to Zhangfa police. And that's essentially what's happened so far. With the death of Bastion Rook and the revelation of that Shelley the Killer was in our midst. Here, I'll open up the history for you a bit. So the Killer was threatening Rook with a knife. So yeah, stuff happened to where you kind of left at a bad time. With the death of... Okay, I already said that. The case had taken a turn we could have never predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard. I told you this game was fucking good, Wario! I told you! I fucking told you. You don't trust me. No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? Ah, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever. Haha, sorry to disappoint, but do you seriously expect to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin? As we have already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you will be so kind as to examine the body. Alright. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard. Why is so much occurring in the tutorial? Why are you telling me that that stuff happening is a bad thing? This first case rules, and every other case rules even more. Okay? You look like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth. Not that I need it, but yes. That's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Kay Faraday, great thief extraordinaire. We'll just have to take it from here. Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve the case for me? Nope. I thought not. But I will provide vital assistance. Now let's get scouring this crime scene from top to bottom. It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup, so I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible. One thing about this game is that this game is very much one continuous story. Lots of stuff happens. All of the cases are somewhat connected to each other. It's fantastic. Enjoy the ride, chat. Before we investigate, though, I am in dire need of water. All this voice acting is parching my throat. I will be right back. This will not take me long to refill my water. Hydration acquired. I hope you guys enjoyed looking at my tail. It's quite a sexy tail, isn't it? Anyway, back to the game. We got a body to investigate. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. The bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body. Sexy is not a word I would use. Are you saying it's not? How dare you? He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. Like it was on purpose or something, huh? The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to stanch it, but to no avail. The medics must have brought in to try and save him. One second, chat. I gotta get this picture and the evidence for you guys. Because I'm such a good fucking streamer that makes sure that you guys have everything you need. Here we go. Remember to refresh to get all the evidence. Hi, Kiris. How you doing? The medics must have been brought on to try and save him. Sadly, it was too little, too late. It's a bulletproof attaché case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There was some in case photographed too. It looks like Rook and Knight each had one. Bulletproof attaché case, jotting down in my organizer. Oh hey, that's the photo I snatched! You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay. But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know? Yeah, the case is a shield. I take it snatch is your new favorite word? Maybe. So the victim was also carrying a revolver. It looks like he was trying to use it. He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. We should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there, and no other signs of the weapon having been used. Was this one on loan from Zhang Fa too? Yep, sure was. We're always issued the same model gun. There are two large rectangles cut into the floor here. I can see hinges through the gaps. It's an emergency exit. It's disguised as an emergency exit. All the resident would need to do is lower his rope ladder and make his miraculous escape. Which would make it an exit, not an entrance. So which is it? It's an exit, but it's used as an entrance, but disguised as an exit. Yeah, I think. Congratulations, you even confused yourself. That's quite the achievement. It's the victim, Mr. Bastian Rook, bodyguard to the president of Zhang Fa. He's one of the guards that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started. Which means he continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath. At least he'll get posthumously promoted? Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end with your foot in your mouth. What do you mean? I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. It's a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. This monitor is displaying a feed of this very room. They didn't go cheap when they brought these, huh? Very high res. Oh, I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself, but I can even see the little crow's feet around your eyes. Oh, my bad. They're just the usually deeply etched lines, you know, on your forehead. If you're quite finished. What on earth is this? Oh, that is the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch. But if that's the case, then why has it been left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that is pretty weird. Certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think of to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here. Security monitors data jot down in my organizer. Okay, there is no extra additional information there. These monitors are displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior. But I don't see anything out of the ordinary. In that picture, was the red dot on his head from a laser or on a rifle, or was it a cultural thing? It's the laser, we've already established that. I already examined the static. That's the outside of the plane. Most intruders could not hope to approach without being spotted. But such measures would be mere child's play in my case. Whoa, you're saying you can get past cameras like this without being seen? Of course, with ease. You have to teach me how, please. Are you taking on apprentices by any chance? Kay, please don't work with an assassin. Kay, you do realize who you're talking to, don't you? Sorry. Had to ask though. What a great skill for a great thief to know. Unfortunately for you, I am not the type to take on understudies. You're not, huh? Shame. Shame? In what way exactly? Fucking K, dude. K, please don't learn how to murder. No, I mean, there was some frustration earlier because your exact thing was a contradiction. But you asking that proves that that contradiction actually might have been valid. Anyway. 2 gas masks, in case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The president certainly seems to think that he's at risk of assassination at all times. Wow, gas masks! I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course. Oh, from a fellow thief, I presume. No, from the Jammin' Ninja. You know, my favorite kids' TV show? Princess Murasaki was getting married, but Toxic Ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns. And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or two. A riot shield, and next to it, a canary in a cage. Aw, she's so sweet. I want one. Did you ever see a Cure partner in crime? Partner in crime? Well, yeah, she can help me with lockpicking. He did look like this in previous games, Bakiri. He's only ever showed up in Justice for All. A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth. Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? Eli's just a complete criminal. She's funny. It's a solid circular life preserver designed to be used in case of emergency on water. Or rather, the sea, to be more precise. Oh, the sea. I love the sea. We should go sometime. Sorry, but you'll have to make that particular trip without me. Aw, don't be like that. Come on, it'll be fun. We can have lobster rolls, ice cream, all that good stuff. Something tells me the sea isn't the main attraction for you, is it? Granted, it wouldn't be the main attraction for me either. That looks heavy. So this is what President wears, huh? Must be made of something super special. Yes, to protect him from bullets. What? So it's not just for show? This is a bulletproof vest. Oh, so that's what one of those looks like. Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly. There's a bullet in it. Documents of some kind. We could always steal a glance. Another security plan. Oh yeah, like the one from the trash can. Precisely. But wait, something feels off. It's the same rough diagram of the stage area. Yeah, like the other security plan we found. The ones from earlier, you mean? Something's different, I'm sure of it. What could it mean? Time to put my powers of deduction to work. What are we deducing, chat? What part of this diagram do we deduce on, and what do we select? The guards are in the opposite places, is what Kite says. Since you guys are all saying any part, I'm gonna go with what Kite says and select one of the specific things. And you say to do the security plan, right? I know it says timed out, but you can still do it. The two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Huh? Oh, you're right. Yeah, we made some last minute changes yesterday. President's orders. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. The killer tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all have been out of the job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. That explains why D-Killer got injured. I think that also explains why Knight is injured. Because he's literally got his hand around Knight's neck right now. Rook put a bullet in it for good measure, too. And where were you while this was happening? You were the first one I overpowered, were you not? Oh, that's embarrassing. Shut up, kid, because he needed to get him out of the way to get to the thing. Now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. It's you! Busted up my neck so bad I can't even look to my right. I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other someone I could mention. Huh! I'm just as good as he ever was. You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend. The heck do you know? So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard. Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives. But his in particular stayed with me. It joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. So that's the connection he was talking about. And that's why we changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts two people, me and Rook. Security plan data updated in my organizer. How does that explain your change of position? Let's get this other picture up in there for you guys. Because I'm such a good streamer, I give you all the information. There, make sure you refresh the page before looking through all the evidence. There's a little refresh button on the top. He's such a streamer. Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side. I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. A curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me. And look, there's a big lever right by its butt. Don't even think about it. Oh, I wasn't thinking anything, I swear. I imagine that lever opens the panels beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trapdoor. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so, and you will regret it. I'd prefer if people didn't stream snipe me, if that's what you mean. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. These personal safety alarms are very colorful. Looks like they got a lot of use as well. It won't let me pull it. I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too. Why would they all... I think he's talking about if I played a game that allowed people to stream snipe. You know? Why would they be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use. Objection, Your Honor, it is simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he's human and therefore possesses only 2 hands. 20 hands wouldn't be enough to count the number of objections I have to that objection. The president is on the other side of this door. And what a door it is! Bet I can get to the better of it, though. Get the better of it? Doors aren't there to be beaten. Hi, Cactus. How you doing today? But look how heavy it is. Look at that lock. It's just sitting there begging me to try it. Calm down, Kay, and think. Why might this door be locked? For me to open it, of course. Precisely. For you to open it, of course. Wait, What is the right answer anyway? I didn't do it. I'm a reporter. I bag scoops, not souls. And then why lie about your jacket and the laser sight? That was, I just knew y'all would think it was fishy. Is that really all it was? Please, you gotta believe me. I can never do something like this. I'd like to tell you everything will be all right, but just try not to worry. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it, one way or another. Thanks, Chief. I believe in you. How many times must I tell you I am not your chief? Oh, sorry, Ruffles. Clean forgot you are chief number 2. That's not what I meant. I have high hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Things are progressing well, I hope. There's no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine. Remember, I absolutely despise betrayals of all kinds. Yes, I know. Indeed you do. So please do take care not to double-cross me, accidentally or otherwise. I really have no choice but to do as he says for now. Can't believe I let an assassin on the president's plane. You know very well it was for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight. Don't give me that! I know what you really want! You do indeed, because you heard me say it already. I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death. But you did also say you were asked to assassinate the president by a certain someone. You seem to have forgotten that there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of. Yeah, the cravat. That's why you got the nickname Ruffles. Fine, I'll get back to the investigation. Good, I'm expecting great things from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Logic time, chat! We got 6 logic here. We've got assassination attempt. The president was targeted during his speech. A premeditated attack. Bulletproof vest. Found on the desk. Has a bullet lodged in it. Is it the president's? Rook's gun. 6-shot revolver on loan from Zhang Fa. Has not been fired. 6-shot revolver. Found in a trash can. Not easy to acquire in this country. Bullet through the body. The bullet passed through the victim. Where did it end up? Knight's position. Knight can't turn his head to the right, so he was moved to the right side of the stage. We don't have anything that says Knight's gun, Flitchard. We just have a 6-shot revolver that we found in a trash can. We do have Rook's gun, though. But Kyria, we do not know who the murderer is. The murderer was not shown in this one. These 2 guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that one was found was also from Zhang Fa. I've updated the evidence. The bodyguards all got their guns from Zhang Fa authorities, right? Yes. Are they, like, super rare or anything? No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either. Boo, and here I thought they might be valuable treasures. Yes, it is something of a shame. Whoa, I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once. I only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose. Ha! See, everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation. You could say that. Alright then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation. She certainly seemed a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. Any other logic connections here, chat? I don't know what you're talking about, MRL. Why would he stream snipe me? I'm not playing a multiplayer game. You can't stream snipe me while I'm playing a multiplayer game. I don't get why you're even bringing that up. Armor and bullet. Two bullets were fired in total. We know this because two shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life. But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How is this possible? How indeed. The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation. Ready to stream snipe? I know, right? I have no idea, Vicari. MRL is an enigma. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged into the vest. In other words, two of our bullets were in fact one. No way! He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. And he wasn't injured at all by the impact. Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage. Sure, I've known guys who got broken bones that way. But the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff. Sounds like he didn't even need a vest. Let's not get carried away here. I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed. Remind me what those are again? Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we could use them to identify which gun it came from. Thank you for the resub. Not for a long time. We've got 6 of them now, bro. Think of them as fingerprints of sorts. You can tell that from a bullet? That what are we waiting for? Analyze away. Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find. What? But I was all set for some analyzing. New evidence added. That's quite enough investigating for now. What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? Then perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you do so. Another witness? Who? You don't mean... The most important witness of all. The man on the other side of that door. He really intends to have me question the president? Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop right there, DeKiller! You're nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you! Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you are watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Ugh. Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are. Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this. Let's just all calm down, alright? Come on, detective, where the blazes are you? Eek! The lights! What's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the president after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop! Ugh! Eek! Okay, you won't get away with this, killer. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. Where are you? Where did you go? Ah! I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! I must have been knocked unconscious. Sir, you're okay! Are you alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay? Nah, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head will be sore for a while, but that's about it, so you can stop worrying. Detective, did you manage to stop the killer? Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and, she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something, too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing from by the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake. Damn, what a Giga Chad. What about the cordon around the park? I called everyone back to stake out the plane, including the guy stationed across the water. No! So he's completely slipped through our fingers? Not the best look for the department, but yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight, you're alive. Yeah, no thanks to that murderer. Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. A calling card, marked with a seashell. Guess you wanted to leave a message. The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims. This is just a picture of the card. I don't need to add the picture there. Probably a bit of both, Bakiri. But you're not dead, sir. But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. I can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. And now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. I'll clear out here, sir. Over. What's going on? That was the president. He's coming out. Now? Hello, Mr. Wang. So he's the president of Zhengfa, Mr. Dijon Wang. And you are? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijon Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhengfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. He must be referring to the Yatakarasu case. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I've been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth, even if the killer did get away. That was very kind of you to say. So he was watching through his security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor. One second, I missed that. Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has appraised me of the state of affairs. And from this point forward, the case will be handled by Zhengfa Police Force, the finest in the world. Even with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown off the case? What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have... Detective. Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Zhengfa's jurisdiction. You fail to see? Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no. 1,000 times no. I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. Ugh. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case from under us? We got nothing, chat. I'm not deleting my evidence list because we're obviously going to get it back. But, like, I'm not going to go through my evidence list and delete it. That would be a pain in the ass. Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir, right away. To make an attempt on my life? To murder one of my faithful servants? The effrontery, the villainy! I didn't murder nobody. Cause I... Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist. Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime go unpunished? I say no. 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you. He's hiding something. I'm certain of it. And if I leave now, we'll never know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, there's got to be something we could do. Think, Miles. Remember, how many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses and countered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid by your feet? No. And yet you always got to the truth of the situation in the end. With your greatest weapon of all, your words. Now, let us analyze the state of play. Be gone, puny prosecutor, or do you dare defy the direct order of a president? He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I could do is bide my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open to himself up to an attack easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why is he insisting on Zhang Fa taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit. Mind chats, commence. Explain to me why I'm off the case. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case? Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering! I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tactic for now. Please, about the case. Do I give you permission to speak? No. 1,000 times no. Bide my time. I am the leader of Zhang Fa. I have no time for your insolent backchat. I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force? I do. Now enough of your pointless questions. Huh. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zhang Fa. You have no rights here. Is that so? Could it be that our current location itself is significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. Okay. Perhaps it's time to employ my clue. In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. You smarmy smart-aleck. As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Zhang Fa. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Enough! Cease your objectionable whining! If you have nothing else to say, then stop wasting my time and get out of my sight. Maybe there is such a thing as biding my time too much. Shit, I made a mistake. Can't let him bully me on the backboard. I have to stay calm and alert. Expressions correctly, I may be able to find an opening. Okay, let's get back to that position. I think I was supposed to attack there. You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true. Extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? This next move will surely decide the victor. He may be the president, but nobody's untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? Do you even understand what you are asking? Of course, if I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame, calling into question the good word of one such as myself? I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime. Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zhang Fa. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tactic for now. Surely you see that you have overplayed your hand. Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else. You dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me? On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes, I do. No, she is guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing else left to debate. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There is no other viable suspect. Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired him from outside the plane? This could be a vital clue. Time to deploy my clue. I may not be able to call the extraterritoriality of the president's plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. How could I have bested by a mere prosecutor? But I am the president! The president! Checkmate. I trust you won't mind if I continue our investigation now, Mr. President. I hereby officially and unreservedly confer my approval. Consider a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, for without noble acts such as this, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby, there can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty and our hearts are... People of Zegfi, I swear to you here and now, this investigation will continue. All that when he could have just said, okay, you got me. Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence. Take it. Case evidence retrieved from Mr. Knight. We did it, Mr. Edgeworth. We sure did. And now the investigation can continue. Whatever, enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. Then you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor, if you would be so kind. What is it? Could you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself? Now you want me to testify? Whoa, whoa, that's your next move? You want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court. All in good time, Mr. Knight. He will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as for their reasons in doing so. That's... What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know? Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks. Thank you for your cooperation. Now listen, and listen well. President Wang's testimony. Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing. I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here. Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that makes it even weirder! Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation? My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public. A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye. And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get the bottom of this once and for all. All right, let's put on the good one. What are we doing, chat? Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing. Wait, why are we presenting this? Lizard wants to present the samurai balloon on this statement. Just to confirm, Flitchard, you definitely haven't played this game before, right? No, Flitchard is the one who wants to present. Just want to... I'm not sure if that's the right answer. I'm not sure. I just want to make sure that nobody's like... Thing. You will stop now? Sorry. Oh my gosh, dude. The point is that for people who haven't played before... Alright, no more spoilers, okay, chat? If you played this game before, try not to spoil things, okay? Didn't realize? Yeah, I'm trying to get it so that chat can play the game alongside me without spoilers, yeah. It's not you, MRL. Nothing's about you, man. Not everything's about you. Yeah, I'll probably make that more obvious. Second. There we go. MRL, that is the evidence list. That link there. What are you trying to pull up? We've changed it. Press the balloon statement. About that red balloon. Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor? No, Mr. President. I simply wish to confirm what you remember. Huh. Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons, one on either side of the stage. Their deep crimson hue stood stark against the sky, just as the security pit plan said they would. The same security plan we found in the trash can, I'm assuming. Rook and Knight leapt to my aid just before the balloon exploded. Not hesitating for it. Okay, what else are we doing now, chat? No, I didn't make that. Stevish made it. Praise be to Stevish. What are we doing, chat? A statement about being escorted. Yeah, that's fine. Just make sure we want the people who are blind to this game to figure it out. Is it that they tried to escort you back onto the plane? Yes, that is exactly what I said. They threw open their attaché cases. That must be the moment Kate captured on camera. And immediately moves to help me back onto the aircraft. And then, the second shot. Do you know where that second bullet went? Is this how you treat a foreign dignitary? Or do you really think such needling questions necessary? Whoa, what's he so upset about? Must you insist on going over the same details again and again? Even my patience has its limits. You know full well where it went. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself. If I may ask, what was the victim like in that moment? He was a man amongst men, a real hero. The mere impact of the bullet took my breath away, and he had the strength to grab me and rush me back inside the presidential plane. So you and the victim entered the plane together, is that correct? Yes, he offered his noble protection, and I gladly accepted it. All was it as it should be. That sounds nice and all, but doesn't that just mean he's always the first to make his escape? He's the president, detective. It's basically in his job description to do so. Nothing he's saying seems too off base. Guy's the victim here. Wouldn't make much sense for him to lie to us, you know? I guess we gotta assume he's telling the... No. One of these things says he's clearly wrong. Think back to the scene of the crime. Huh? Did we miss something? Alright, let me see that evidence again. I might as well take another look myself. Chat, the game's telling you to look through the evidence, so you might want to do that. So we got, when I was on the incident occurred, the stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang, a shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing. Thanks for the compliment, Flitchard. I'm a variety streamer, and I stream... Man, please give a hint now? No, let them figure it out. People are allowed to think. I know it might be frustrating to see people struggle at it when you know the answer. But let them have their satisfying aha moment. Wait for them to ask. Lizard wants to present the security plan here. Let's go back to the official music. And he's the king and he lost a rook recently. Yeah, but it says bodyguards in the description. There's nothing here that specifies knight specifically. So let's go through the statements again, shall we? Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, rook and knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang, a shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing. This is statement 4 right here. Here with Lizard then? Make it official? What happened there? Somebody used a command to make themselves disappear. Alright, make it official. So you want to present the security plan here, right? Your testimony suffers from a glaring contradiction, one which this piece of evidence will lay bare. I applaud your conviction, but conviction alone will not save you, and your deviousness shall not go unpunished. I swear on my honor, reckless upstart, you will regret this brazen chicanery. I guess that wasn't it. There's a much more glaring contradiction here. Not right now, I can't, MRL, but I did see that message before you deleted it anyway. Remember, chat, you can check the evidence. Be sure to refresh it as well. Remember, chat, you got access to all the pieces of the evidence. Be sure to shift through it as well. You can click on it. You can examine it. You don't have to ask me for anything. You should have all the tools available to you. Nah, Flit, if they want a subtle nod, I can give it. I understand your feelings, but contain yourself. Though the mobile version of this thing, it should be fine. It's just a GitHub link. You just love helping? I get you, don't worry. But let the people ask for the help. Hear you out. Okay, we're hearing you out. Badge? I'm not hearing you out anymore. Is chat examining the evidence? Chat, look, I kind of want to finish this case tonight. So maybe I should give a hint. The blue badger killed him. No way. The blue badger of all people? Insanity. It's more obvious than it should be. It's very obvious. Do you guys need a hint? I can tell you which statement is the one you want to present on. Lizard is now proposing. Okay, so we got people proposing the revolver. Lizard is proposing the steel samurai balloon. Which one are we going with, chat? This is statement 3, by the way, Lizard, if you want to lock that in. We got 2 people saying that now. This is what 2 people in chat are saying right now. Do we lock it in? Yeah, this is number 3. Meme seems to agree as well. There's this dork in the way, deal with it.
Objection!
You say it was a plain red balloon that burst, but I strongly beg to differ. Well, take a look at this. I think you agree that it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? You guys need to stop overthinking things. The Steel Samurai is anything but plain. Yes, he is literally anything but plain. Give me a second. I'm waiting for this ad to finish, and then we're going to play on the good music. Not that this music's bad, but we have better. Because fucking Capcom decided to cheat me because I didn't pre-order. No! What? Who is that? Huh. Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him. Opening the evidence link, close Twitch mobile. Weird, you should be able to access, like, websites. Like, you know how Twitch mobile, like, goes the window in, like, the corner? Like, it should do that when you click on it on mobile. If it doesn't, maybe try copying the link and putting the Twitch window into that small window and then pasting it. The better music behind pre-order? Yeah, just for this game, it's fucking bullshit. Only 5 songs though, so it's not that big of a deal, but especially if you're hoping to integrate yourself with the people of this country. Yeah, you need to watch the Jammin' Ninja 2. He's amazing. So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And they are, right on the security plan. They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons. Knight, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President. It seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on the site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow. So they swapped it in as an emergency replacement? Yeah, one of the stall holders happened to have it. From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it out. A very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said. A happy-go-lucky stallholder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare, huh? They filled just the bottom part up with air to make it look like the other ornamental balloon. So, while it was a Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above the water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight, why was I not informed of this? Sorry, sir, we didn't think it was a pressing issue. And indeed, you saw it and knew no different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. Could he really have mistaken the Seal Samurai's pants for a plain red balloon? Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What's that outburst for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it? That's right, the wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the sides of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. Is that so? Yes, those two flags. They were being blown back towards me. There would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. But does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case? Chat, does it? Begone, sinner! Does that conflict with what we know of the case, chat? Yeah, sorry, Bakiri. We'll figure something out, but Lizard says yes. We'll figure, but like, do you have a way to just go on desktop really quickly and maybe load it up there? Alternatively, you could, once you've got the page open, Bakiri, all it would take is just quickly switching between the two tabs. It's not like you'd have to do that every time. Once you have the website open, you can just switch between the two tabs. You think we trust our reptilian comrade? I don't know how well extensions will work on mobile, though. We'll see, though. Okay, since I don't really want to wait for people to stop thinking, I'm just going to say yes, it does, because Lizard said yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has? Yes, a contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind had died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had previously been blowing the flags as the President describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. Which piece of evidence contradicts the stated conditions of the stage at the time of the incident? What evidence, chat? Meme wants to present the bullet trajectory.
Take that!
Earlier, we deduced that the bullet that struck the Steel Samurai balloon and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these two things, we further deduce that the trajectory bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the spectator area. But if the flags were blowing as the President describes, our conclusion becomes quite different. No way! If the flags were pointed in the other direction... Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we could ascertain who really fired that shot. Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean... Yes, I know. We may not understand the reason why, but it could only have been one person who did it. Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one who fired the shot? Who is it, chat? Who fired the shot? So we've got the President, we've got Rook, and we've got Knightley, and we've got the trajectory of the shot. The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight. What? The path of the balloon back to the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. But the guy's one of the president's bodyguards. Sorry, chat. I gotta take another picture of this for you guys. Gotta make sure you guys have all the evidence. He's as terrible at gun safety, he is. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin? Seriously, editor, we put up a lot with you, but this? We're President Wang's bodyguards. We're the pieces put on the board to protect the king. I'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech, but the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during that crucial moment. The first shot was fired right around the time the president raised his fist. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps it can also show us what was happening with the flag then, too. Well, chat. Kay's photos.
Take that.
Your proof is in this picture right here. Huh. This should be good. Which picture? Where? We can see which way the flag was really blowing right here. Do I need to spell this out, chat? It should be pretty obvious where we're clicking here, right? Yeah. Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting. So that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon, making him the assassin? Mr. Knight. Well, chat. Awario says is not the assassin. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? And watch how you answer, or I might aim for something else next. There was a point, I'm sure of it. If I could figure out what it was, perhaps I could finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. That fact alone changes everything about the case. Assassination attempt. The president was targeted during a speech, a premeditated attack. The Knight's trajectory data shows that Knight shot the right side of the balloon. Knight can't turn his head to the right, so he was moved to the right side of the stage. What am I connecting here, chat? Yeah, hi, Dragon. Thank you so much for the resub. Big long tails indeed. Connect the Knight related statements? I'll do what Awario says. why did Knight's assigned position change? I told you I can't turn my neck to the right. I can only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. But is that the only reason? Let us suppose that the plan hadn't changed, that Knight had remained positioned on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. That's right. The president was the one who ordered the change. Change on the president's orders so Knight could pop the balloon? Do you think if I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting? Which means that he must have had foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did the president suffer no injuries at all, despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president didn't want us to consider. There is only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of an assassination attempt. What? Huh? Idiot! You do understand what you're saying? Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. How dare you speak of me that way? Is this some sort of sick joke? Oh, it's no joke. I assure you. It is simply the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning. Nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause a panic. And then, he fired again. He did? Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit. So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest? I'm willing to bet that bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred. So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all. That's not true. I was shot, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? But you said it yourself! You found the shooter in a photograph, the person with the red hood! I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight. Then what does Tabby fit into all this? She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. The highly suspicious person with the red hood! I have yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president. That's right! Then I was tasked with turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, it would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air. But then the case would have gone cold! Exactly what our friends here were hoping for. Makes sense now why they wanted you off the case! Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself. No, The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Admit it. The entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? If that stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on inciting you. How can I let this happen?
Objection!
That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight! Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now. Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as knight and protecting my king. So go ahead, keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. He wouldn't, would he? Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. You claim I fired my gun from on stage. How do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands? An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. A certain something, huh? Mighty specific. What did Knight use to hide his actions from the crowd? The president is secretly fat. I'm so confused. The shield. You mean this, right? A lot of people are saying it, so I'm gonna go for it. Awario, I decided to not wait for the official present because literally 5 people said it, so... My attaché case? Yes. Take a good look at Kay's photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Noticed what? That theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hid my gun with my attaché case. We changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation, circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensic to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet is at the bottom of the lake. You're gonna go dredge it up? I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete. I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth. Miss Lloyd. Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just needed to get her to talk. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist? Nah, never mind. That's what I thought. Miss Lloyd! I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist after all, are you not? Dang it! I can't stay quiet any longer! Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? I'd think carefully before opening that mouth of yours. I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth! I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before. What is it? It's the laser pointer I used on the president. But that's all I done. I never shot anybody. You stupid. I thought I told you. You squeal and you go down as an accomplice. It was him. He told me to do it. I was at Zhang Fa's embassy, sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue and just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you exclusive access to the president. That kind of stuff. But what about the gun in the trash can? That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he's told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point at the pointer at the president. I never thought for a minute it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry, I truly am. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify that to effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. What's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you? My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet. Good. Damn, he almost shot himself. So let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder? Or something like that. Of all the dirty... I said no such thing! President Wang? Give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it? You admit that there's a plot to fake an assassination attempt? Isn't this case so topical, chat? Really relevant to current events to some degree. I do. I'm sorry. But why? Why do something like that? My popularity has been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies, all of it. And the bullet in the vest? And the bullet in the vest. It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today. Evidence updated. Back at Vtuber, he needs to keep up appearances. But then, what was up with the killer? Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hell-bent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as the fake assassin to finish the job. There is one thing I don't understand, though. Oh? And what would that be? Why did Rook have to die? If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting killed for real? That's true, and therein lies the real question. He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Zhangfa, but he was someone I could fully trust. Mr. Rook must have been really something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow. Sounds like he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir? I believe that's for me to say, detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too then, correct? He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused. And you would have done well to listen to him. This is a tragedy. The life as a good man has been wasted. Huh. What's so great about him, anyway? What's gotten into him? He was just another piece on the board. Just there to protect you, nothing more. Mr. Knight, how could you? Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? Trust me, Awario, this is very important to the rest of the game. If this case is very important to the plot and has to happen first. Trust me. Well, that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most. I value your support too, of course, but... Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that the spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of this team. We are all well aware of your ambitions, Knight, but doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you? No, trust me, Awario, I don't know what you're talking about. This case is very simple compared to the rest of the cases in this game. I honestly don't know why you would dislike a first case having high stakes. That seems like a weird complaint to me. And they always will be. That's quite a statement. Especially considering that you're... What, Awario? I mean, I'm not saying it's not valid. I'm just saying... I don't know. And it's not over yet, by the way. Yeah, no thanks to you. And that buffoon Rook. And how exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would never come after me. and I wouldn't have had to let you in on this plane. Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that. Fine. The guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's just what he always wanted. But he did die protecting the president. Wait, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake. Ah, come on. Do I have to say everything twice? We planned a fake assassination, but somebody else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Edward, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second? That wasn't me. Oh, really? Then who did fire it? The real assassin, but not to kill her. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is the piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our Lily White Queen over there. What? Miss Lloyd? Well, aware, this case really isn't that complicated. There's only 2 things to investigate, and yeah. But trust me, Awario, I could spoil something for you in whispers if you want to know why this case has to happen first. Just to help things come together for you a bit better. Or would you rather, because like, trust me, the second case directly relates to this case in a way that it wouldn't work unless this case was first. No, I'm not going to spoil it. I assume there's lore related. It's more so that the second case of this game directly relates to this case in a way that they have to be in this order or it wouldn't make sense. But is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. The gun in the trash can, it can only belong to you. Knight's Gambit. As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back to the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. Miss Journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can. So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? The knight doesn't protect the rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king. You want to translate? He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case, but this is where our battle really begins. Not to mention, this case sets up a whole bunch of stuff for later in the game. This game is like, it really does. This case is very important to be first, because it sets up a lot. As soon as I shoot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. Miss Journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can. So Mr. Knight suggested that he first fired 1 shot, and then Miss Lloyd fired once more. Yeah, basically implying that Tabby Alt had a gun on her. Beats me where she could have got one from, but hey. His entire testimony is pure conjecture. He can't prove any of it. What are we doing, chat? You're right. Let's hit him with some cold, hard, undeniable evidence. Press! Which statement? All of them? We'll press all of them.
Hold it!
The victim really didn't take part in your little plan, then, did he? Nope, and we kept him in the dark on the details. So he really thought the president was in danger. But wait, he must have noticed that the shot came from right next to him. Maybe he did. Guess we'll never know. And even if he did know it was a sham, he still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king. And he was able to make a judgment like that in a split second. Impressive. He really was as capable as they say. Not so capable that I couldn't read him like a book. I made it so he had no choice but to go along with our little performance. Meme is suggesting the trash can revolver on the single shot comment. This one. This is currently what Meme is proposing. Any objections? Anyone want to try and challenge their logic? And yes, this is the fifth statement. So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Miss Rook, Mr. Rook. Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. Well, what you propose would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard. The gun from the trash can itself had also been fired twice. Now, why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple, because it was planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. Somebody faked the evidence? Yes, and if you think about it, the reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon. I get it, so that's why it's got 2 spent rounds, huh? Precisely. And as we have already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon, which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Heh, nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. But why don't you get to the point? You've come this far. Spit it out. Oh, I intend to. Don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was... Well, chat, who shot Rook? Gumshoe! That's enough people saying that name. You, Mr. Knight, you're the one who murdered Mr. Rook. Oh, finally got up the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. It wasn't only Dick Killer who tried to take advantage of this fake murder plot. You killed Mr. Rook, hoping he would look like an accidental victim of the bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room and the door to the airplane tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
What? Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Want to tell me how that works? Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside, not even gunfire. But wasn't the president right next door? Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President, I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room through your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room. And that's what you did this time too, right? Well, that is... What's gotten into him? Mr. President, this is vitally important. Please, President Wang. Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears. What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real? Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise, and it's just too much. Oh, that is sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish. Ahem. He's a little baby, man. Mr. Knight, you saw that the President Wang was covering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera from this room hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew that the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight? How could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day? I want to believe you, but I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe that the girl over there could have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah? Well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday, or the day before. Then today, another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook. That's pure speculation, pal, and you know it. Maybe. But can you prove it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for? Ugh. There must be something. Mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabby's. Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should have never have done what I did. Not even for the scoop. But murder? No, that ain't me. I ain't no murderous bone in my body. Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. If we had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. No proof, no case. End of conversation. Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Of course I do. This ought to be good. All right, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well. My conclusive evidence is... Chat? Not in my possession? Is what chat's saying right now. Not currently in my possession. Alright then, thanks for playing, folks, but that's game over. However, it is here in this room. What? As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook then found itself lodged in the vest. He's right. If the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as though it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where's the real bullet? I like it. A twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense. Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up? Well, chat. Lizard wants to present the security monitors.
Take that!
There's something very clearly missing from this room. Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh! I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around the airplane, inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was! I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. It appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go, and why? The why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. For if it were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed. So where did the missing monitor go? Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objection to the search. Please go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way. What are you? I don't believe this! Rook this, Rook that, don't you ever think about anyone else? The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind. Sir, I found the monitor! Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullet. Let's see, if I put my hand in here and just... Come on, come on, come on. Got it! Damn, he could have died there. Well, would you look at that? Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about that. Evidence updated. Refresh it. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested. Straight through your heart. Even now, you now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun, then Mr. Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What, no pithy comeback? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for situations and compare them to the gun we found. Yes, sir, we'll get that evidence you need. You can count on it. Alright, let's hear what forensics has to say. Our findings as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim, proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun, probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key part. The stereotation, whatever. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. Lastly, the situations on the bullet are a match with this weapon. What? But how could that be? No way! Aw, come on. There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet. How? Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you? Guess you misread the board. Because the only one backed into a corner here is you. Knight's counter. There's no denying it. Forensics proved that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves you and your little friend. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. Your move, Edgeworth. But just remember two things. One, where you found that gun, and two, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter. Ugh, how did it come to this? Me and the president, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is. There's no way Tabby did it, is there? Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from them. Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth. Rebuttal. There's no denying it. Forensics proved that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook, she's the murderer, and you just proved it. The markings on the bullet are consistent with those left by the weapon from the trash can. But if Mr. Knight were to have tampered with the gun somehow, he could have only done it once I handed over the evidence, and not a moment before. Isn't there anything we can do, Mr. Edgeworth? There must be something. Our reasoning thus far has been sound, I'm sure of it. Which means we can overcome his defenses this time as well. Really? Even with the forensics results on his side? If a testimony is untruthful, there's always a contradiction to be found. Let's listen to what he has to say for himself one more time.
Hold it.
No, that's...
Objection.
What was it you said? That forensics would back you up? Ugh. How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine. The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. That kind of has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no? Even so, I simply cannot accept that. But sir, there's no denying the evidence. There isn't. So what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, then the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay? I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it. You're asking me to call the evidence into question? Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there. You seem very sure about this. Call it my great thief's intuition. Intuition, huh? Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... as someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but... if I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be... Well, chat... if something untoward is going on here, it would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. Ugh. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Indeed, he had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime, which means it must belong to... Oh, one sec. I just realized the music changed. Okay, we're gonna have to turn off the banger music for a second, chat. Everyone's saying night.
Take that.
The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it. The gun has updated again. There we go. Now we can put this back on. Nope, it's not separate. It's actually not separate, Awario. Alright, the bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. So what do we do, chat? Which one do you say that one? You mean this one? By the way, isn't this remix for the Presto song go so fucking hard? This is statement number 2. Admit it! You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was yours all along! Heh. An intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And? You must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. Well, I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then, not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player, after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. I'm flattered, but as much as it pains me to admit it, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch? Knight's Counter, Part 2. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure. Oh, fucking advertisements. Weird, sure, it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what you'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None. That's what. You say I'm overestimating your abilities. You surprise me. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Everywhere except at the chessboard, that is. Huh. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Shame. Still, guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up. I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. They just got lucky with the evidence. Will be your excuse, I imagine. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None, that's what. Part is called the grip. I've held a few guns in my time, though. Okay, that doesn't help. I don't know if this is what you have to do. I'm just doing it just in case, because it's not something that you'd be able to examine. Well, the one we saw did have 2 bullets in the... I'll just press everything until you guys can think of something. A coincidence, you say? Or is it a necessity? It can't be both, pal. Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the president. And the girl needed to use a gun, but she probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use. Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun? It's probably something to do with the ease of use. No spent casings to chase down, for example. Exactly. The perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail, or don't know what you're doing. Still, coincidence, necessity, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way.
Hold it.
Because you swapped it on there. Put it up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence? Well, that is... Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, the facts are in my favor here. Also, take a look at the cylinder. 2 spent bullets, just what we would expect to see.
Hold it.
I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in its cylinder? This old girl here? Well, now. I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads his gun every time he fires it. But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that. Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means... Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see? So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None. That's what.
Hold it.
The proof is... something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now. We do have proof, right, Mr. Edgeworth? We won't be given the chance to investigate any further. I'll have to work with what we've gathered. Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities. We've got the goods, it's now or never. How are we supposed to prove we switched the guns? Unfortunately, we don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing. But that in itself is proof of a kind. Because otherwise, the dissertations shouldn't line up like they do, right, sir? Right. We must carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence he brings up in his testimony. The truth is in there somewhere. So what are we doing, chat? You're looking at the evidences? Edgeworth did kind of spell out what we're trying to do here. There isn't really anything else to examine on this thing. It's all checkmarked. It's already checkmarked, which means there's nothing else we can gain from it. But we can examine it again. Laser sight. It could be lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier. Yes, well, that is certainly true. It also increases the risk of your target realizing that they're in your sights. But I bet you wouldn't realize it if it were you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why? Because I'm wearing red, you mean? Yeah, exactly. How did you guess? What is each statement numbered? This is statement 1. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but just a coincidence. Statement 2. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Statement 3. Take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. Statement 4. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh? None. That's what. You're also in a battle with your creative thing. Your testimony just doesn't hold water, I'm afraid. Heh, it holds a lot more water than your pathetic rebuttals, Edgeworth. How long are you gonna keep picking away hoping for a break? Face it, you're outmatched. Maybe it's your head that's holding water. Can't be much else in there. So there was no contradiction after all. I need to stay calm and think everything over again. Awario says 4. Should we try the same thing except on statement 4, chat? All right, let's turn off the hype music to see if you guys are right.
Objection!
I have your proof. Right here. That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself. The evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove, once and for all, that it does in fact belong to you. I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. 1 second. 1 second, chat. This is the final one, so. What's about to come into play? The rook? The bishop? Not a pawn, surely. The evidence the gun will prove takes the form of... What is it, chat? One more person says that, we're going for it. Fingerprints. Namely, your fingerprints, Mr. Knight. My prints? Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there? What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point? What? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There is a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. Here, look closely at the cylinder, detective. 2 bullets fired, but where are the prints we're looking for, sir? You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have been easily detected, because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different. There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found. Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun? We know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus the few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game. And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones you mentioned in your report. Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves. I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight. That's... And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin. I didn't... Checkmate. No! And there he goes. I was going to be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge by now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. Detective Gumshoe. Right away, sir. Cursed you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom. But it's not fair! It's not fair. Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that. He's suddenly very presidential again now that we're back outside the plane. I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him. You want me to handle it, not Rook? Rook refused, but I could rely on you, can't I? Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. The hatred in his eyes when it was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help but thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime, and it is a crime you will have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played, and I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that, I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Zhangfa. You will always be welcome. Oh, thank you. Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well. Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was, of course, entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may be punished for your actions. I know, and I'm awfully sorry about everything. Truly, I am. I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits. There sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum. Earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, that there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon. She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment. Dang, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun. As well as I should be. This case is not over yet. It isn't? How come, sir? Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over. Well, chat? Is there a piece of evidence here that deserves further investigation? That we're not completely resolved of yet? There is one. The Killer's calling card. Enough people said it, Awario, so I felt like it was good. I think, Awario, I think the present is most useful when people aren't in such a unanimous agreement like that to get things rolling. I think that's the best use case scenario of the present command. If everybody's in such an agreement like that, there's really no reason for me to wait for the present. Mr. De Killer has yet to complete his assignment. You mean he might still try to murder the president? I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect with the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everyone was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined. The end. So chat, that's it for today's stream. I have a question for you though. Turnabout trigger complete. Episode 2, the captive turnabout. Should we see the intro to this case, or should we just save it for tomorrow? What do you think? Do you want a little teaser for what we're going to be doing tomorrow, or do you want to wait until tomorrow? Save it. Okay. Wildest first case. Nah, man, if you want the wildest first case in Ace Attorney, that might be the first case in Apollo Justice. That case is wild. Let's just say that Ace Attorney is not shy from wild first cases. Could just play it twice. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if I played it now, I could play it again tomorrow. But everyone's saying to save it, so let's save it. Oh no, we're gonna see it tomorrow. All right, chat. Thank you all so much for stopping by. Today's stream fucking ruled. I hope you guys are seeing the vision and why I say this game is one of my favorite Ace Attorney games. I'm not joking when I say that. This game rules, and it just gets better from here. There's also one character in Chapter 2 that's really funny. And I hope you all enjoy him. And also get infuriated by him. Because he's a real piece of work. This game is already super entertaining. Yeah. Just to put it in perspective, that's the first case. And let me tell you, it's a first case for a reason. Hell yeah. This game goes deep. There is no filler case in this game. Every single case in this game is relevant to the overall plot. Just as a heads up. And that's what makes it very exciting. Is this one longer than the first? Yes. It is like a whole 10 hours longer. This game is longer than the first Ace Attorney Investigations, which is why I'm going to be streaming it on both Saturday and Sunday, so that we can get through it before Metaphor ReFantazio comes out next week. To put it in perspective, Case 3 is going to take me like at least 8 to 10 hours. That's a long fucking case. And then the final case is equally as long. Case 3 and 5 are probably the highlights of this game. And that's not to say that Case 2 and 4 are bad. They're not bad at all. They are, in fact, very good. But Case 3 and 5 are easily the highlights of this game. How long is my tale in hours? Fucking 100 hours. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and raid out now. If there's anybody live, there might not be. Oh, Neo's still live. I don't usually get to raid him because he's usually fucking dead. And by dead, I mean he's usually not live. So let's raid Neo. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for coming down. I will see you all tomorrow for more Ace Attorney Investigations. Enjoy life, enjoy existence, enjoy the baskedness. Make sure you get your thinking caps on. Get ready to big brain it tomorrow, and all that fun jazz and all that stuff. All right. Also, damn, come on, guys, join the raid. There was like 25 of you. Now there's only somebody going in the raid. Come on, go give Neo some love. He's playing a horror game, so if you don't like horror games, maybe don't join. All right, everybody. See y'all tomorrow for more Ace Attorney. Bye.
That should be the cure.